Yo, what's up, guys? About to start streaming. Let's get on to this. What it is.
My name is Tom, but I like to think that it's something others can do in college. You wouldn't think it if you looked at me, but it's true. I did okay in my freshman year, tried to keep my head straight and focus on my studies, but then the sophomore party lifestyle hit me pretty hard. I've also always looked a little older than I was, so although getting carded was standard on campus, if I drove into the city, I could pick up a six pack almost anywhere. And that was not conducive to a healthy study and party balance. I would regularly find myself forced to walk home from some bar at 2 a.m., having spent all my money on shots with no charge on my phone to call a cab. A normal person might have that happen to them once, but me, it happened back on the campus after walking maybe 2 or 3 miles completely drunk, and I was incredibly tired. I was sobering up, in a terrible mood, and all I wanted to do was get back to my dorm so I could get to that bottle of vodka that I kept hidden in my dorm. But then, I run into this kindly stranger. There's a guy smoking a cigarette outside his block, and he says something sort of softly to me as I walk past him. It was something like, crazy night or wild night, and I must have just grunted until I saw him smoking. I asked him to bum one and did so. Then we made a little small talk before he invited me inside for a beer and to charge my phone. This guy was still living in the dorms, albeit the nicer kind on the other side of campus, but having alcohol was still very much against the rules. Most heavy partiers had something stashed away somewhere, but this guy had a mini fridge that had beer cans tucked behind sodas. He said no one suspected him because he was such a nerd, and he was kind of right, I guess, because he didn't give off party vibes, but I just found myself seriously impressed. Well, more just wanting to have another beer before I walked the final 20 minutes to my dorm, but impressed nevertheless. I go up to this guy's room, and there it was, beer, hiding in plain sight. I asked to use the guy's bathroom before we drank, and he showed me where it was. And when I got back, we talked and drank, and at one point, I knew I probably should have started walking back, but I figured that I could just rest a little longer. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the last thing I remember. I woke up the next morning in the hallway outside the guy's apartment. I was fully clothed, but my shoes were out there with me. It must have been late morning because it was pretty busy outside, meaning people definitely must have stepped over me while passed out in the hallway. I felt like death, and I probably looked about the same too. I know I attracted a few looks as I sort of moseyed across campus and back to my room. I've been really drunk before, but never blackout drunk, and let me tell you, it was not a good feeling. I haven't even put it together why I'd been cruising along just fine before that one beer knocked me out completely cold. I honestly just figured that I was exhausted from hours of drinking, then miles of walking, but as I said, I had made that walk 5 or 6 times previous, probably having drank even more on some occasions, and I'd never blacked out like that until that night. I figured a lot of you probably have put it together already. Things are sometimes clearer from a distance like that, you know? But never underestimate the power of denial, especially when it comes to young men. I think a year went by before I was really faced with what had happened to me. I always knew in the back of my head, but like I'd already covered, I had that head buried firmly in the sand. In the 12 months or so since I blacked out, the same thing happened to multiple guys from our university and even some of the locals too. They were walking someplace late at night, ran into a kind of stranger who offered them beer or maybe a phone charge or whatever they just happened to need at that moment. They then went up to this guy's apartment or got into his car or whatever, and he offers them a drink. And then boom, they wake up hours later with no memory of the evening's events. You might think that it'd be those with clear ideas or suspicions that'd be the first to raise the alarm, but in reality, the opposite is true. The more of an idea that they had of what happened, the more compartmentalizing went on, allowing our seemingly kind stranger to get away with his crimes for a long time. It wasn't until a dude went to a doctor, having no idea why he hurt so much, that the cops were even informed that something was going on campus. Then I don't know how, but they caught up with the guy, arrested him, and then the whole story was in the media within just a few days. The cops think this kindly stranger assaulted anywhere between 18 to 100 different assaults in the space of 2 years. And you read that right. 18 confirmed, 100 possible. And I heard almost a dozen were almost talked into testifying, but withdrew one by one in the run-up to the trial itself. Testifying would mean admitting what had happened to them, something that some guys just aren't willing to do. I guess that applies to both sexes, but it especially applies to men. I know that because I was one of those who withdrew. I figured if so many others were brave enough to say it out loud, I wouldn't need to. But that's not how it works. The kindly stranger who invited me into his dorm room that night got more than 500 years in prison on account of the 18 separate accounts that he was convicted of, plus a bunch of other crimes thrown in there too. It was good news to most, but to me, it meant facing up to what had happened to me, which honestly has been the single toughest thing I'd ever had to do. I've since worked with an organization called 1 in 6, named so because statistically, 1 in 6 men will be intimately assaulted or violated at some point in their lives. But because of how little we talk about it, you'd think the number is much, much lower. Well, it's not. And if the issues I just discussed affects any of your viewers, I strongly advise them to go visit www.oneinsix.org. There's a lot of advice and information there. Just don't close yourselves off and suffer in silence, because silence is the real killer. So back when I was in college here in Germany, me and a few friends of mine were invited to a house party one weekend. It wasn't sold as being some crazy all-night rave or anything like that, but since the drinking age is much lower than in the US, there'd been a lot of beer, and it was certain to get pretty wild. In light of that, me and my friends were really excited. We knew that there were going to be girls, and being the young single guys that we were, we knew that it'd be a great place to meet some potential dates and, do some flirting. We arrived, stinking of cologne, wearing terrible button-up shirts with our beer in tow, and then we set up in the corner and just sort of awkwardly were drinking amongst ourselves for a while. But then the more we drank, the more confident we got, and slowly but surely we started to mingle. One of my friends started putting it on with a few different girls, and at first it was funny to watch him struggle. He was our designated driver for the evening, meaning that he hadn't been drinking and was therefore still very nervous and pretty clumsy. But then, we were happy for him, but as much as I'd like, we kept harassing him and his potential date. Playfully, of course, but it was still unwelcome. Eventually, he told us to leave them alone because we were ruining his chances with her, and only then did we finally respect his wishes and just leave him in peace. We were pretty drunk by that period, so we just went off and entertained ourselves so he could get some space. Now, a little time goes by, and we start wondering where our sober friend and his lady are. We looked around everywhere for them, checking all of the bedrooms in the house, but all were occupied with people drinking or smoking, and our friend seemed to be nowhere to be seen. But then, in the process of looking for him, we found the girl's friends, and after asking where the new couple was, we discovered that they'd gone out to my friend's car for some alone time together. We knew exactly what they were up to, and although the girl's friends made us promise to leave them alone, we just had to get a picture or two for posterity, being immature and whatnot, you know the deal. I fully admit that our plan made us total a-holes and that violating someone's intimate privacy is not only wrong, but also completely against the law, to be honest, and We didn't end up taking pictures or video of anyone that night, as you'll soon come to learn. In order to maintain the element of stealth, only one of us would creep up towards my friend's car before secretly recording whatever was going on inside. That was the plan, at least. And that person wasn't me, so the rest of us sort of held back at the party to make it look like we weren't doing exactly what it is we were doing. We talked to the girls' friends, kept them occupied trying and failing to flirt with them until we started to grow impatient. All our friend with the phone had to do was run up to the car, snap a few pictures, and then run back with his prize. But longer and longer went by, and there was no sign of our friend with the camera phone. Unable to wait any longer, I went outside to look for him, but instead of secretly filming our friend and his girl in the car, so I figured shutting up and listening would get more answers than asking questions he wouldn't respond to. As I listened, I worked out the call was obviously a serious one, and by the end of it, I was almost certain that number one, he'd been crying, and number two, that the call said we need to leave. When he looked up at me, it became clear that yes, he had been crying, but why? He didn't tell me until we took a taxi back to his apartment, and over a few more beers and some cigarettes, he told me what happened. He tried to take some pictures as planned, but when he got to our friend's car, he found him in the passenger seat alone. His head was in his hands, and he was in this terrible state with tears streaming down his face. My friend with the phone kept asking, "What happened with the girl?" over and over, but our friend with the car wouldn't say anything. Wouldn't or couldn't, I don't know. But my phone friend walks around to the passenger side to climb in and talk to him with some privacy, and he asks again, "What happened with the girl?" And our friend with the car just points to the back seat. And that's when he realizes that our friend isn't alone in the car. He never was. And that under the blanket on the back seat, he recognized the shape of a person. It was the girl that he'd been with, and she wasn't breathing. But when my friend with the phone asked what had happened, car friend just kept saying, "I don't know, I don't know." At first, he maybe thought that the girl had had a seizure or maybe a freak heart failure, and he kept saying to call 112, which is the emergency number here in Germany for fire or medical. My friend with the car, he wouldn't call. He kept saying things like, "Just wait a minute, I need to think," and other things to delay my other friend. My friend with the phone said that he jumped out of the car out of instinct, realizing that he was getting his DNA and all of those things onto what was now being very paranoid. There was no other reason why he would refuse to call the emergency number or try to delay in any way, or why he'd cover her body instead of just running to get help or maybe even trying to get her out. My friend with the phone then told the other to get out of his car, but he wouldn't. He just suddenly started the engine and drove off before my friend could stop him. He then was faced with a choice: run and get us, which is what he really wanted to do because he was completely freaked out, or do the right thing, be a man and just call the 110 number instead, which is not the number for medical, it's the number for the police. We later discovered that the friend with the car had somehow suffocated this girl, although we never found out exactly how. He planned to drive into the River Main to take his own life and hide what he'd done, but he couldn't go through with it and was found by the police and subsequently arrested. He pled guilty to everything to try and get as little time in prison as possible, and for a while it was a big story. But now, for most people, it's half a forgotten memory, really. When I recall it, my mind always seemed to land on one specific thing my friend said when he was in his apartment afterwards. He said realizing that he sat in the car with a dead body, as well as the killer themselves, was the scariest feeling he'd ever felt. It's the kind of moment that would top anybody's list of their life's scariest moments. But he said that just seconds later he was faced with something that was somehow even more terrifying to him. He was terrified that one of the dead girl's friends was going to ask him where she was, and how he wouldn't be able to tell her. I just tried to be the best friend I could to him, and get him away from the party before his worst fear came true. But I also understand how selfish it was of us not to warn anyone what had happened. Those girls might have carried on partying for a while, not knowing that one of their close friends was gone forever.
This is something that happened during my freshman year of college. It was a few years ago now, but I still remember it like it was yesterday. At the time, I went to a university with about 10,000 students. For my first year, I lived in an all-female dorm building on the 3rd floor. There were 4 floors total, and I had my own dorm room all to myself. On probably the 3rd or 4th week of school, I went to bed one night just like any other. It was a weeknight, but I don't remember exactly what day. I woke up though at around 3 o'clock in the morning and really had to use the bathroom. The bathrooms were just a ways down the hallway, so I got out of bed and headed to the door. When I got out into the hallway, it was empty and things were very quiet. I had to walk maybe between 50 and 100 feet to get to the bathrooms. Once I was there, the bathrooms that we had was basically a room with 5 doors and a sink. Each door was its own little private bathroom. Nobody was inside, and all of the doors were open when I got there. Not surprising for it being 3 o'clock in the morning. As I was inside one of the rooms, I heard footsteps come from the hallway. Whoever it was then entered the bathrooms and went into one of the rooms across from me. I didn't think too much of it. I was inside for maybe a minute and then left. When I did, the other person was still inside the one across from me. Basically, right when I got back into the hallway, I heard the other bathroom door open. Then, when I was maybe 30 feet away from the bathrooms walking to my room, I heard them start walking in the hallway behind me. I still didn't think much of it at the time, and I expected it to be another girl. But something about it just seemed odd. I don't really know why. I looked over my shoulder to see who it was, but when I did, I saw that it was a man. And it wasn't a college-aged man either. This was much older than me. I was really confused by this. I turned back and kept walking for my room, but instantly I heard the man speed up his steps. He was walking pretty fast. By now, I was pretty close to my door, and I hadn't locked it with me only going to the bathroom. That was good, meaning I could get inside faster. I could hear the man still getting closer and closer to me, and I started to feel panic setting into my mind. Now I was only about 10 feet away, and the guy was less than 20 feet behind me. When I got to the door, I quickly opened it, got inside, and then shut the door and locked it behind me. Probably a second later, the guy stopped right outside my door. He then tried opening the door, and my heart started racing. I had no clue who this guy was or what he wanted. I knew that he wasn't supposed to be here, though. I chose not to answer the door. I also didn't bother to ask him what he was doing or who he was. There was about 30 seconds of silence after he knocked. It wasn't a very loud knock at all. And after he knocked, I walked over to the door. I went away from the door and sat on my bed. I waited, and the guy didn't knock for a really long time. But when I went back over to the door and looked out, thinking maybe he was gone, the guy was still there. I didn't know what to do. I walked back over to my bed. Then the guy knocked one more time. It was really quiet, and I just barely heard it because of how quiet it was. I didn't get up to look. I stayed where I was, and probably 10 more minutes went by. I didn't hear any noises and got up to look again. That's when I saw that the guy was finally gone. After that, I was finally able to get back to sleep. The next morning, I found my resident advisor and told her about the man. She said that she was going to report it. Luckily, I never saw the guy again after that. A few days later, though, I found out that the man had been let into the building much earlier that night. He had told a student that his daughter lived there and he had to give her something. The student let him in, believing his story. It turned out that it was a complete lie, and he must have hid somewhere for hours. Campus security was informed of the situation, but I never heard anything more of him. In fall of 2019, I was a freshman in college. It was a real jerk. But that's not the horror story. Purpose a lot of times. Because of this, I tried to spend as much time away rebuilding. Even if I wasn't doing homework, I could sit and watch YouTube videos or whatever. I preferred it to being in my dorm room if Danny was there. I got into a routine of this after probably the first month. So one night, I remember that I was doing homework in this one building. It was the building that a lot of our classrooms were in and had several different subjects. There were about 4 floors to it, and I was up on the 3rd or 4th floor, but I don't remember which one. I was in a comfortable chair that had a table attached to it. It was built for studying and stuff. There were a few of these types of chairs that looked out a window that had a nice view of campus. I took a break at about 6 p.m. and went to the dining hall to eat. I met up with a friend there, and then afterwards went back to the same building at the same spot that I was at before to finish my homework. The buildings didn't close if you were a student, and you could stay there as long as you wanted. By now, especially up on one of the top floors, things were very quiet, and nobody else was really around. I kept working and was there until probably like 9 p.m. As I worked, I had my headphones in and played some music in the background. Sometimes I would do that, and sometimes I wouldn't. It just depended on what I was doing and how I felt. So right after I was done, and I took my headphones out, I heard footsteps behind me immediately. The walkway went behind me, and one direction led to some classrooms, and the other led to some stairs. The footsteps were coming from the hallway with some classrooms in it. I started picking up my laptop and putting things into my backpack. As I did, the footsteps got closer and closer. It didn't seem like the person was going to walk by me, though. It almost seemed like they were going to approach me instead. I turned around to look and see who it was. All I saw, though, was somebody ducking around a corner behind a beam. I didn't get a look at the person, but just saw part of them for like a second. This was kind of weird. I finished putting my things in my backpack and then stood up, looking to where I saw the person again. I still saw nothing. Then I walked over to the stairs and left the building. I went back to my dorm after that. But the very next day, there was a similar experience. This time, after studying in a different building, I went to the Performing Arts building to study that night. This building was almost always pretty quiet. There were much less classrooms inside of it, and unless there was a concert or something going on, not many people would be there. I studied in peace for basically the whole time, and saw only about 2 or 3 people walking by in the entire time that I was in there. For the last 2 hours probably, I saw nobody at all. The location that I was studying in was on the first floor and next to a staircase where there was a table and chair set up for studying. It was kind of out of the way, but there was a hallway going past and another one that connected. I did not have my headphones in this time and could hear everything around me. Things were very quiet, and it soon got to be kind of late. At one point, though, I heard footsteps coming from down the hallway. Just when these footsteps were about to get into my view, though, they stopped. It was like just around the corner where I couldn't see. There was no room that I was aware of right there either. It was like the person had just stopped in their tracks. If they went back the other way or moved at all, I would have heard them. What were they doing? Were they just standing there? I had no idea. I decided to pack up my stuff and head back to my dorm. When I did, I didn't hear anything. Luckily for me, I did not have to walk past that hallway, and I would be going the other way. When I left, as soon as I started heading down the hallway, I heard the footsteps again. This time, they followed me, but were still out of my sight. Then I heard them start to get closer and within my view. I turned around to see who it was that was there. I did it very quickly to not be weird, so I didn't get a good look at the person, but I did see them. There was a tall and thin-looking guy, walking a little ways back, behind me. It seemed as though he was walking pretty fast. This was way too weird, and as I walked, I passed by an exit door. It wasn't one of the main entrances or exits to the building, but at the last moment, I turned and I left. Once I was out of there, I headed back for the main area of campus. The guy didn't leave the building, whoever it was. I wondered if this was the same person who had been there the previous night. I went back to my dorm room, and after that, decided to take a break from studying around campus at night. As much as I didn't like to study in my dorm room with Danny, it wasn't the worst thing in the world. But the story doesn't quite end there. A few days later, I had classes like normal and was gone for most of the day. I returned to our dorm in the late afternoon, and Danny was there. When I got into the room, he told me that someone had come by and asked for me. Apparently, somebody knocked on our door, and when Danny answered, a guy asked if I was there. I asked Danny what the guy looked like, and he said tall and thin, and basically described the same guy that I had seen the other night. I asked if the guy said what he wanted with me. He didn't say, though. Apparently, he just walked away. After that, I never saw the man again.
The event in question happened during my sophomore year in college, back in 2012. I honestly can't remember the exact month, but I believe it was sometime during the winter. At the time, I lived with 2 roommates, Katie and Danielle, and we were the best buds of all time. We had just moved into our first off-campus house, and we were reveling in the freedom of being out of the dorms. With this turn of events came some experimentation with drugs and alcohol. The 3 of us began hanging out and partying with a group of people who eventually got into harder drugs, like cocaine and Molly, etc. Katie and I decided after a while that all of this partying was jeopardizing our health and our schoolwork, so we backed off on the drugs. Danielle, however, decided to continue experimenting and became more aggressive. Toward drug use whatsoever, but I include it because I believe it may be a crucial component of the events that followed. The saga started on a weekend. We all decided to go to a party one night and got separated from each other. I had made arrangements to leave the party early, so Danielle agreed to walk with Caddy back to the house. We were always adamant about the buddy system at night. However, on that night, it failed. Danielle left the party with someone, leaving Katie to walk home by herself. She was unfortunately followed by a strange man. To this day, I deeply regret leaving that night. But I've come to terms with my past decision. I came home the next morning. Katie filled me in on the previous night. She was very upset, which was out of character for her. She told me that she had texted Danielle at some point during the night, telling her that she was very bummed out about having to walk home alone. Katie was frustrated. The text was blunt, but Katie and I just figured that Danielle would either brush it off or apologize, and things would move on. That did not happen. Danielle flipped her shit and became completely enraged. She responded very defensively and told Katie, in very colorful terms, to basically fuck off and get over it. We thought it was pretty odd and hostile, but trying to just carry on with our lives and not overthink it. It was a Monday, so Katie left the house to go to work on campus, and I went to my afternoon lecture. Sometime while I was in class, Danielle came into Katie's workplace in the student rec center and began screaming at her in front of 60-plus patrons, calling her all kinds of obscenities. She was escorted out of the building by security and somehow made her way back to our house. I should also note that Danielle's mother was visiting this week and was with her the entire time. I believe she was terrified of her daughter, which is why she never intervened. By the time she arrived at home, I had returned from class and was making food in the kitchen. At this juncture, Danielle's rage was centered on Katie, not me. I tried to let the 2 of them work it out without my intervention, but Danielle cornered me in the kitchen and told me how angry she was with Katie. I have never seen rage in someone's eyes like that. I refused to engage with her and retreated to my room in the back of the house. I sat on my bed and took some deep breaths. That's when I heard Katie coming up the side yard. She was crying on the phone with her mom, telling her what had just taken place at work. I immediately felt this horrible pit in my stomach, as I knew they were about to confront each other again. The door opened, and Katie walked in. I was still in my room when I heard them start yelling at each other. Katie stood up for herself, telling Danielle that she was way out of line, and Danny retorted with more obscenities. The yelling turned into full-on screaming, and I had finally had enough. So I went into the living room where they were arguing. Danielle's mom was there as well. I told Danny to knock it off and leave, to which she told me to go myself. This gave Katie time to try to bolt into her room, but he followed her and slammed Katie's hand in the door as she was trying to barricade herself. Things had gotten way out of hand. I went outside on our front porch, and Katie followed me outside. A few seconds later, we heard Danny's mom screaming for her to put something down. We looked at each other in terror. I told Katie to run away and to call 911. At that moment, Danny flings open the front door holding a giant kitchen knife raised above her head and screaming at the top of her lungs at Katie, going to kill her. By this time, all of our neighbors were standing outside, trying to figure out what the hell was going on. I'm not a very confrontational person, but like hell was I going to let someone kill my best friend. So in a split-second decision, I lunged at Danny and somehow managed to get the knife away from her and threw it on the front lawn. I ran to grab it, at which time Danielle had gone back inside to grab another knife. This time, she turned it on herself and asked me if I wanted to watch her end it all. Something had gone terribly wrong with Danielle. Her mother was hysterical by this point, and I kept pleading for her to stop. I then blacked out. When I came to, I was running down the street with Katie. We soon took refuge at a neighbor's house. All the while we could still hear Danielle's blood-curdling screams down the street. We were totally shell-shocked, but grateful to our neighbors for helping us out until the police came. We saw the cops show up a short time later, along with a crisis unit. They detained Danny and drove her to the hospital, where she was put on a psychiatric evaluation. Katie and I never saw Danielle again, and we stayed with some mutual friends for a couple of weeks before returning to that house. We moved out at the end of that year, as the place harbored too many bad memories for us. I later learned that Danielle had experienced a psychotic break triggered by a variety of factors, including stress, drug use, and an underlying mental health condition. This was a huge eye-opener for me to further educate myself about mental health in young adults, as well as appreciate the incredible things your body can do while you're in fight or flight mode. It's also taught me a lesson to trust my gut more, as my spidey senses had warned me about Danielle before. This is scary, so please bear with me as I try to convey everything that I can recall about what led me to the conclusion that my former housemate could have potentially been a serial killer, or one in the making. It was the summer of 2015 when I moved in, and at first appearances my housemate Mike was somewhat normal, if not a bit socially awkward and dysfunctional. When I was signing the papers, he was adamant that I should never go into the basement, which I thought was odd. But I really needed a place to stay, and everyone has their little quirks, so I just chalked it up to that at the time. As I got to know Mike more, I learned about the depths of his dysfunction. Firstly, he used meth. Now, I don't automatically judge people based on vices, but I was surprised at the extent of his use. He is probably the first person I knew who used meth and balanced a full-time job and enjoyed a decent amount of success. The reason this is important to the story is that when he would be around the house, drinking and using, he would start to run off at the mouth, joking that if I smelled lye coming from the basement, to not think anything of it. It was probably the third time he said this that I asked him why he kept saying that. He responds with, "I use chemicals to clean up after the bodies," with a creepy grin on his face. I tried to chalk it up to a bad sense of humor, but it didn't sit right with me. He was also very particular that I let him know about my coming and going and my work schedule. I remember him being shocked and uncomfortable one day that I ended up taking off of work because he didn't realize that I was home. I remember that day because there was a lot of clanging and what sounded like muffled shouting coming from the basement. His car was in the driveway, but he was not in the main house or his bedroom. On other days, he would play very loud music that bumped through the entire house. Sometimes he would even play NPR talk radio at very high volumes. In retrospect, I think he may have been trying to mask sounds. He would make remarks about sex workers, saying, "You can do whatever you want. You can choke them or beat them to death, and nobody cares." I took exception to this, telling him that I thought that was messed up. When he would get to tweaking, he would always come back around to alluding to the same kind of violence, talking about he was a normal guy who owned a house and had a good career, so the police would never suspect him. At this point, I think he has gone too far to simply be joking. I was in a weird position. Money was tight at the time, and I didn't have very many options. I tried to convince myself that even if he was messed up, he probably was just engaging in some outward fantasism. I knew that he would acquire the services of sex workers on occasion, but again, I don't judge kind of activity at face value. But I was becoming concerned. One day when I was doing laundry, I caught a whiff of decomposition. The house we were in was in southeast Portland and was relatively new. Having grown up in upstate New York, I know that animals can sometimes be trapped in the walls and die. But this was in the garage. There were no animals scurrying about. This was both strange and telling to me. I considered carefully what to do and decided that I would confront him about the smell. I decided to pose the question in a somewhat suggestive way by expanding on his jokes. I told him that he needs to do a better job of cleaning up the bodies because I could smell the decomposition from the garage. I will never forget his reaction. His eyes widened, and he shot me a sharp glare somewhere between fear and anger. He stumbled over his words and eventually responded with, "What? Really?" "Yeah, really." There was a few seconds of awkward silence before he said, "Thanks for letting me know." He then promptly went to his bedroom and closed the door. A few days after that, he went into the upper crawl space in the garage while I was doing laundry. He called for me and was trying to convince me to come up to the crawl space.
Do you know what's really fun? Making a website on Wix.
Hey, we're How Ridiculous, three childhood friends and digital content creators that do epic stuff from Perth, Australia.
We've got about 50 million followers. We're in the billions of views, and we're a small team. We always felt like our content was all about entertainment and being fun, but there was also this, sort of professional business side. One of the things that we knew was basically essential was getting our own website, so people would actually see a proper official group who mean business and who can deliver. And we now get unbelievable opportunities to do things like film balloon popping races with Manchester City. I don't know all the things that we're going to get to do in the next year or 5 years, but if we can do this as a job, anything's possible.
My body locked up. My instincts were screaming at me that if I went up there, I would not come back down. I gave him some excuse about having to go somewhere, packed up my laundry, threw it in my room, and quickly left. He spent a lot of time in the padlocked basement without a doorknob. The only way inside was through the backyard. I wish I would have gone down there in retrospect to either confirm or dismiss my suspicions once and for all. In the last couple of months of living there, I was subjected to more graphic comments about women and sex workers, explicit talk of sexual violence, and he was also using more and more. He once showed me a video he made, which featured heavy bondage themes interspersed with sounds of distorted screaming, and this strange, leering figure in a plague doctor costume. It was one of those situations where any one of those things by themselves may be innocuous, but as they accumulated together, they became a disturbing piece of art. It was October of 2016, that I finally left there. Taking off to a Native American reservation for a pipeline protest, there were mixed feelings of a call to action and wanting to get out of that house any way I could. I gave him notice that I was leaving. My last night there, he was drinking and tweaking again, and eventually started in on the same conversation, loosely describing murder and sexual violence in the tone of some sort of edgy joke. "You know they're going to catch you eventually," I said, not holding back my suspicion anymore. He reiterated that he was the last person that the police would ever suspect, and asserted that they would never catch him. He said this in a very serious and concise way, dropping the pretense altogether. I left the next morning. This haunted me for months, then a year, then a year and a half. It felt as though I hadn't done anything, and the guilt was eating away at me. So I called the Portland Crime Stoppers and put in an anonymous tip. When I did, the operator started going back and forth, putting me on hold, because the phone call had piqued the interest of the police sergeant who was assigned to the call center. So they were asking me detailed questions about his vehicle, the house, the methods he described, etc. It seemed like they had taken an interest. I gave them as much information as I could, and left it at that, feeling just a bit better that I at least tried to do something about it. Fast forward to recent times. I told my mother all about this, and she became very interested, asking what house this was, and she ended up pulling it up on Google Maps and put it up on Street View. A large enclosed trailer sitting in the driveway that wasn't there before. I could provide a few theories as to why it might be there, but cannot put together a practical reason for it. Admittedly, this is pure conjecture, but I can't help but wonder. I doubt that I will ever get closure or have my suspicions validated unless he finally gets caught and arrested. I have interacted with many sketchy and unsavory people in my life, but none of them have ever left this kind of impression on me. Make of this what you will, but I hope I never see him again. This happened over the course of a year, when I was between 15 and 16. I'm 20 years old now, and it's only been recently revealed to me just how messed up the situation really was. I was obviously still living at home at the time, but my sister, who is 7 years older than me, had moved out and was living with her now husband, his high school best friend, and some other guy who they met through one of those find a roommate sites. He was kind of the reclusive, nerdy type, who preferred hiding in his room watching Star Trek and playing computer games, rather than hanging out with the other roommates. And the only person he ever really seemed to want to be around was his similarly shy and nerdy girlfriend. For a bit of context to the story, when this happened he was 28, and she was 24. They were both a bit weird, but initially seemed entirely harmless. For the sake of the story, I'll refer to the normal roommate as Frank, the strange roommate as William, and his equally strange girlfriend as Amber. Now, my sister and I have never really had the best relationship with our parents, and at this point things were especially rocky. Our mother was dating a guy who was, to put it kindly, an abusive sack of shit who seemingly hated me and would find any excuse to go off on me. As a result, I spent a lot of time over at my sister's place. It was around this time that William and Amber started to get very strange. As I mentioned earlier, the two of them were always kind of odd. They only ever seemed to want to talk to each other, and would even go as far as to ignore anyone else who tried to speak to them. Amber was far worse than William in this regard. He would at least give you brief responses most of the time. Amber had a creepy habit of just blankly staring at you for a couple of seconds, then walking away if you asked her a question or tried to engage in conversation at all. That wasn't the strangest thing, though. When I would stay over, I would sleep on a futon in Frank's office, which was on the ground floor. It happened to be next to the downstairs bathroom, which for some reason, Amber preferred using to the one upstairs. She would take long showers in the middle of the night, which was whatever. I'm a pretty heavy sleeper, so I generally slept right through them. One night, however, I stayed up super late doing some revisions to my homework. I happened to be awake when she finished one of her late showers. I was too absorbed in my task to really pay attention to anything else, but I definitely noted hearing the shower shut off because it was an indicator of how late it really was. Approximately 10 minutes later, I look up from my laptop, and there she was. I always kept the door open just a crack, because that room tended to get unbearably hot if I didn't. Amber was just standing there, outside the room, completely naked, watching me through the open crack in the door. I said her name and asked if she was okay, which seemingly startled her, because she then walked away pretty quickly. I convinced myself that in my over-caffeinated, sleep-deprived state, I just imagined the whole thing, and I didn't mention it to anyone. Fast forward around a month later, I head over to my sister's place one night to find Frank a bit agitated about what he perceives to be a peeping Tom problem. He found fingerprints on the outside of his office window in such a way that it implied someone had been pressing up against the glass and looking in. The blinds in this room were slightly too small for the window, so you could see in from the outside, and the room was in the front of the house, with the window easily accessible from the street. He was concerned that some random passing pervert had been spying on him while he was having a private moment in his office, or some potential burglar had been sizing up the joint. The police were called, but since he didn't have any external CCTV at this point, no evidence could be provided, and ultimately, nothing could be done. Soon after, Frank installed both internal and external cameras on the house. This was installed while William and his girlfriend were away on holiday, and I guess everyone had forgotten to tell them about it. A couple of months later, I went to my sister's to find that William's room was empty and was informed that he had moved out. Of course, I asked why, and I was told that he and Amber were a pair of fucking creeps, and the others had collectively decided to kick them out. Apparently, Amber watching me through the office door was not a one-time incident. The security footage revealed that she did this frequently, sometimes for as long as 20 to 30 minutes. I was just usually asleep when she was doing it. Not only that, but the fingerprints on the window had apparently been from William standing outside, watching me after I had showered and was hanging out in just a towel, which was a less regular occurrence, but apparently was caught on camera enough times for it to be concerning. As if this wasn't creepy enough, I was recently hanging out with my sister and her husband. He made a comment about how he wished they would have told me the entire story at the time, so that I could have pressed charges. I asked him what he meant by that, and he explained that not only had they been secretly watching me, but the footage also showed they had messed with food and stuff that I brought over, depicting William licking all of my apples and Amber spitting into my orange juice, even dumping regular cow's milk into my lactose-free stuff, which explains why I had a period of feeling sick out of nowhere. Apparently, when Frank barged into their room to confront them about it, he not only found several shirts I thought I had misplaced were stolen by them, but they literally hung them up on the wall, along with several drawings of me sleeping and poems about me, whose contents I don't know and really don't want to know. After seeing this, Frank gave them an ultimatum. You have 2 hours to get the f out of this house and never contact any of us again, or I'm calling the police. They took the former option, but I still feel sick thinking of what they were potentially planning for me.
I used to work at a 7-Eleven here in the United States, and the scariest thing that ever happened to me there was also the single most terrifying thing that's ever happened to me in my life. It happened on a particularly quiet night, and I was still kind of hungover from going out drinking the night before, so I wasn't even paying attention when the guy walked into the store. I heard the door sliding open. I heard his footsteps as he walked up to the counter, and then right when I was about to lift my head up to ask him what he wanted, he just slammed something down on the counter in front of me. I remember the first thing being the red splatter on my t-shirt. It was plain white, and the moment his hand impacted on the counter, all these little red specks appeared on my shirt. I already recoiled from the shock of having his hand slammed down in front of me, but when I saw what he just slammed down next to the register, I recoiled even further. It was a tongue, an actual tongue. Even though it was soaked in blood, I could recognize the deep ridge running down the middle of it. It sounds like such a cliche when I think about it now, but I now know what people mean when they say that they were frozen in fear. The whole thing was an assault on my senses, and I think it just short-circuited my fight-or-flight mechanism to the point where I just didn't know what to do. Then the look in the guy's eyes as he stared at me, so calm but intense, with eyes so wide and unblinking that it was like he didn't have eyelids at all. It was only when he spoke that I actually found the will to move, and all he said to me was, "Call 911." I bolted into the back office, locked the door behind me, and immediately called the cops. All the while, I watched the guy on the cameras just standing there at the register. He didn't move at all. He just seemed to be looking down and staring at the mess he'd left on the counter. And given the gruesome nature of my emergency, there was a police patrol car and 2 cops pulling up outside in just a matter of minutes. The guy didn't put up any kind of fight when they moved to arrest him. He just held his wrists, allowed them to put the handcuffs on him, then let the cops take him away. Once he was safely out of the store, I walked out of the office, trying not to look at what was on the counter, then told the cops everything I knew. It obviously wasn't all that much, but as I was talking to them, I noticed a few more police surrounding a car in the parking lot that still had the door open. I called the store manager from the McDonald's across the street, telling him that the cops had to close the store because it was an active crime scene. They rushed down to see what was going on, even though it was their day off, and after telling them what had happened, I went home to decompress. From what I heard later, the guy had gotten into an argument with his wife while out driving somewhere. Then at some point, he'd snapped, pulled up into a parking lot, stabbed her to death, then cut her tongue out. Then, for some reason, he picked our 7-Eleven to walk into to slam the tongue he'd cut out of her mouth down onto the countertop. I was allowed to take a little bit of time off of work after the whole thing, as I just couldn't face going back there so soon. Even when I did go back, I was on edge the whole time for my first couple of shifts, and I just couldn't seem to shake the image of that bloody tongue just lying on the countertop right in front of me. The thing I just can't seem to shake is that it wasn't enough for the guy to actually stab and kill his own wife. He had to reach into her mouth afterwards and cut her tongue out. How completely insane with fury does a person have to be to do that? Like, what could possibly possess someone to do something so horrifying to their own spouse? The guy didn't look like a monster either. He didn't look evil or deranged. All that gave his mental state away was that crazy look in his eyes, the one that had me frozen in fear. It just haunts me that seemingly normal people are capable of things like that. I work at a 7-Eleven part-time in between classes, and earlier this year, we got a little rush of customers in the early afternoon one time. I served 2 guys for coffee and smokes, and at the back of the line, there's this kid, no older than maybe 11 or 12, just waiting there patiently with a backpack in his hand. I actually thought that he looked kind of cute, like a little gentleman out doing some grocery shopping for his mom or something. He gets to the front of the line and I ask him, "What can I help you with, sir?" in a kind of jokey, playful way. Without a hint of emotion on his face, he just reaches into his backpack, pulls out a gun, and says, "Give me all the money." When he pointed it at me, I wasn't sure if it was real or not, because where the hell would a 12-year-old kid get their hands on a loaded gun like that? It's not like the 7-Eleven I work at is in some high crime area or whatever. It's actually located in a pretty nice place, and although I've heard one or two stories from coworkers about the trouble at the store, nothing had ever happened to me personally. There was one other guy in the store at the time, and I looked over at him to see him kind of smiling at the kid, smiling and frowning, like he was amused but disapproved of the kid playing some dumb childish prank. I don't know guns, but I figured this guy did, so I tried calling this kid's bluff and asked him something like, "You shouldn't point toys like that, sweetie. The cops might think it's real." The kid responds by cocking the gun, and it has this real metallic sound that sends this kind of shock of fear running through me. I didn't know of any toy guns that made such a realistic sound, and as if to illustrate that he wasn't joking around, the kid pointed the gun in the air and actually fired a shot that went right over my head. After my ears got done ringing, and I came to, I heard "Give me all the money" in the same monotone, emotionless way, and I didn't hesitate in doing what he asked. I put as much cash as I could onto the countertop, then watched him fill his backpack with it before he just walked out of the store. I think the thing that scared me so much about it was that the kid just didn't seem to realize the gravity of the situation. He definitely seemed like he had something missing about him, like he didn't understand that he could have actually killed someone over whatever dumb thing he wanted to buy with that money, be it video games or candy or whatever it was. At least a grown-up armed robber understands that a gun is just a means of getting what he wanted, and it's not a good idea to fire it or whatever, just in case they accidentally shoot someone in the face. I get the feeling that even if I'd even tried to resist or tell the kid no, he'd have just shot me, because it's what he assumed he should do. It's almost surreal to me how the closest I've ever come to death is at the hands of a child, someone who should have been so innocent and carefree and full of love, but instead just felt nothing. We're going back almost 10 years ago now, but one morning I dropped my son off at school and then drove over to a nearby 7-Eleven with my infant daughter. It was pretty early in the morning, so there were only one or two other customers, and one of them was this older looking guy with a walker who was slowly making his way around the store. I didn't pay him too much attention other than feeling kind of sorry for him. Then I picked up the few items I needed, then headed out to my car. It's the old walking upright, not leaning on the walker, and his voice much younger than you would have expected from just looking at him. I remember all he said was, "Cute kid." Then as I turned around, I only got the slightest look at the guy and his brand new posture before he slammed the walker into the back of my legs. The force made my knees buckle, and I almost fell right on top of my younger. I'm not exactly the tallest woman in the world, so the height reduction from my knees buckling had me falling forward into my open car door, and I had really tried not to crush and fell. I honestly thought that he was trying to get me, which was bad enough. But when he grabbed me by the hair and started to drag me up and off of my daughter, I realized he was trying to get to her instead. I honestly didn't think that I could get any more terrified, but the realization that he was actually trying to take my infant daughter away from me was just too much to bear. I remember letting out the loudest, most ear-splitting scream I've ever let out in my life, begging him not to take my baby. He was so much stronger and faster than he looked, and I guess that was all part of his fiendish scheme to have everyone let their guards down around him. It honestly seems like divine intervention now that I look back at it. But someone was just pulling into the small parking lot just as he almost had a hand on my daughter, and seeing the struggle had them instinctively honking their horn over and over in a bid to break it up. I think they figured it was just an incident of spousal abuse or something, because they were just honking and didn't get out of their car until I screamed over and over again, "He's trying to take my baby." The moment they heard that, they came bursting out of their driver's side door. But then the guy sprinted past the passenger side and out towards the main highway. The second he did, another car comes speeding up and stops by him, which I first thought might have been another person coming to tackle him or something, but instead, the guy climbs into the second car and it speeds off with a screech of its tires. What horrified me in the aftermath was that it was quite clearly a well-planned and almost perfectly executed attempt to kidnap my daughter, and I wouldn't be surprised in the least bit if it had worked on a previous occasion. After the kind stranger calmed me down, they helped me call the cops as I tried my best to calm my daughter down in turn. She was still too young to really know what was going on, but she picked up on my distress enough to be wailing and crying until I managed to lull her off to sleep. The cops who arrived at the 7-Eleven a short while after said that they'd never heard of such a thing happening there before, but they were able to check the street cameras outside the 7-Eleven to try and get a clear image of the getaway car's number plate. I stuck around long enough to find out that the car's plates came back as stolen, and the cop I spoke to said that there was a good chance that they just ditched the vehicle somewhere after wiping it down for prints. If they had already planned such a detailed operation out, there was a good chance they planned for that too. The only saving grace was that the officer assured me that my report was a step towards catching them. A small step, but a step nonetheless. The horrifying experience I went through that morning wasn't for nothing, as not only did the cops now have a description of the guy who tried to do the kidnapping, but their failure to kidnap my daughter meant that they'd probably hesitate before trying the same plan again. I took a lot of comfort in that idea, and if it wasn't for the cop taking the time to reassure me of that, I don't think I'd have dealt with the trauma of it half as well as I did in the months that followed. But I did a lot of praying too. Desperate prayers that whoever had planned such a horrifying kidnap would never, ever be successful, and that no one else would have to endure the pure horror that I had.
During a time when I was done with college and wasn't able to find a job right away, I took a job at a 7-Eleven because I needed money. I worked mostly late night and overnight shifts. What I liked about this was that there wasn't many people that came in, and I would have a lot of free time by myself to play on my phone or listen to podcasts. I was always a night owl, but I didn't really like staying up all night when I would have to work those hours. Anyways, I'd been working there for maybe about 2 months, and one night I was working by myself very late. It was probably 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, but I don't remember the exact time. The location that our 7-Eleven is at is on a road just off the highway, and we're really busy during the day, but not so much at night. We got several customers early on, and for the first few hours, I had quite a bit to do actually. But now, we would get only like one person every 20 minutes or so, and I started to get bored. I noticed in the back corner of the store where we had the soda machine and icy machines, there was a spill on the floor. Seeing as though we didn't have any customers, I decided to go over and mop it up. I left the counter and walked over to the back near the bathrooms where we kept the mop, then over to the corner where the spill was. I saw the spill. Looked like Coca-Cola. Thankfully, the floor hadn't gotten all gross and sticky yet, and the mop was working well. As I was mopping, I suddenly heard the sound of the front door opening and somebody walk inside. Realizing I wasn't at my counter, I rested the mop against the wall and looked over to see who had entered our store. Where I was, you couldn't see the front door, and whoever was in the front door couldn't see me either. I could, however, just see the front counter. I saw somebody standing at the front counter with their back to me. They seemed to be looking around as though they were looking for someone who worked there. Realizing I needed to go back there, I took a couple of steps over to them, and as I did, I noticed them turn, and their head went to the side. They hadn't noticed me, but I did see them looking to the side, revealing that they were wearing some sort of mask. It appeared to be a really creepy-looking clown mask. I then noticed that he was wearing a dark blue jacket, and his right hand was in his pocket. Immediately, I got a bad feeling, as if he was up to no good and possibly looking to rob the place. I froze in place, telling myself to stop being scared for no reason and to just go. I thought, what are the odds he's trying to rob the store? It had never happened before. But as I was standing there, I watched the man then go around and behind the counter himself. As a pure reaction to this, I jumped behind the nearest aisle and hid. I could hear the man messing with stuff behind the counter, and it sounded like he was going through the cash register. I figured he was in fact robbing the place, and as I was hiding back there, I decided to call the police. I got up my phone and dialed, but as soon as I heard the 911 operator answer the phone, I suddenly heard the man go quiet from whatever he was doing and say something. Out of fear, I quickly hung up the phone and held my breath. I heard the man shout from behind the counter, asking who was inside and to come out now. He spoke in a loud and demanding tone. I wasn't going to, though. I was way too scared to move. At this point, I just wanted to get out of there. I knew our store was being robbed, but they didn't pay me enough to try to stop this guy. I just wanted to call the police again, but obviously the man could hear me if I did. I heard his footsteps moving out from behind the counter and get a little bit closer to me. But then they stopped, and I didn't hear anything. I was not moving a muscle, and I was being as quiet as I possibly could be. Then I heard the door to the building open and shut. I guessed that the guy was leaving, because I didn't hear anything else for about a minute after that. Finally, I got up and slowly took a few steps out. I still heard nothing and knew this had to mean that the guy was gone. I walked over to the counter to examine what exactly the man had done and how much he had took. When I got there, though, I passed by the front of the counter where I could see clearly outside. I saw that the man was standing right in front of the door looking inside with his creepy clown mask still on. I jumped back when I saw this, and the man started to walk inside. I ran back towards the end of the store where I'd hid before, and I heard the man come in and shout at me to come out and stop hiding like a baby. His footsteps were fast approaching mine, and I knew I probably wouldn't be able to hide from him this time. I was ducking down and quietly moving through aisles to try to hide from the man. This continued for probably a minute, and I knew I couldn't keep this up for much longer. I could hear where the man was, but suddenly I heard the man yell a curse word and then run back to the front and leave the building again. I was confused, but this time decided to stay hiding. Out of curiosity, though, I took a quick peek outside. This time I saw a police car in the parking lot, and it turned its flashing lights on as I saw another car starting to drive away. I stayed hidden until I saw the police stopping the man, and I knew it was safe. I guess my call to the police had gone through, even though I hadn't been able to speak with them. Luckily, the man was caught, and after this night, I decided I didn't want to work overnights again. I still worked there for another few months, even working late shifts, but didn't have to work by myself again.
So this happened yesterday, and I'm still pretty shaken up. Just for some backstory, I'm a 25-year-old female, and my boyfriend and I both have jobs where we can work from home and in an office. I was extremely tired yesterday morning, so I decided to work from home as my boyfriend went into the office. So I was alone all day with just my dog and cat at home with me. The day was normal as any other workday from home that I've taken until about 1:30 p.m. This is where things took a turn. I just hopped into a work camera, and it notifies my boyfriend's phone that someone's at the door. I texted my boyfriend, and I asked if he could check who it was, and he said it was an older man who looked kind of sketchy and did not answer the door. So I ignore the door and go back to my meeting. 20 minutes later, I'm done with my meeting, and I decided to check my phone. I always keep my phone on Do Not Disturb while I'm working, and as soon as I checked it, I noticed all of the calls and texts that I'd missed from my boyfriend. Panicked, I immediately called him back, and he frantically asked me why I haven't been answering. I told him I was in a work meeting, and he tells me to look out the window, as the man hasn't left our property yet. I very quietly walk over to the front windows of our house and peek out. And sure enough, the man's in our driveway. He had parked his old beat-up truck next to our car in our driveway, and he was looking back and forth very sketchily. He had on dirty jeans and a dirty gray tank top. I immediately run back to our bedroom, and at this point, my heart is pounding in my chest. I tried to comfort myself by just saying that maybe he had the wrong house, but no. The man began looking through our windows trying to see inside, and he proceeded to try and open our back gate, which was locked. As I mentioned earlier, I have a large dog, and at this point, my dog is snapping and growling at the front door. As I still had my boyfriend on the phone, and he was actively watching the man on the camera app on his phone, I asked him what I should do since I was in full panic mode and completely alone. "Call 911, he firmly said. I did as he said, and with shaky hands I called. While I waited for the police to arrive, I texted my mom to let her know of the situation, and she immediately dropped what she was doing and said she was on her way. The man was still snooping around the house and looking through our windows. At this point, I had no idea what his intentions were, and by the looks of it, they didn't seem good, and I was really afraid he would see me. As soon as the man saw the police coming down the road, he hopped in his truck and sped off. I ran outside to the officer, and at this point, my mom had arrived as well. In tears, I explained what happened, and thankfully my mom got the man's license plate number. The police took his license plate number as well as description, and they told me they'd be on lookout for him. I know this may not seem as scary as some of the other stories here, but when you're alone and there's a man looking through your windows and not leaving your property, you have no idea what his intentions are, and it's absolutely terrifying. I wasn't able to sleep last night because I was so terrified, thinking he would come back to try and finish what he started. I'm hoping the police call me with an update since we had the license plate number. And if they do, I will provide an update. And to the strange man who wouldn't leave my property, please don't come back again. For context, I'm a girl, and this story took place when I was 18 years old. At the time, I was living with my father, but he was working long shifts away from home, so I spent a lot of time alone. One day I was home alone and trying to study in my bedroom. It was around 7 p.m. and dark outside. I was used to studying alone like this with my headphones on. My bedroom was at the back of the house facing the garden, which has a gate at the back leading to a large field. It wasn't unusual to get distracted by the occasional noise at night because the fields were really popular with dog walkers. This time though, it was different. I was trying to focus on my homework when a bright light came streaming through the window. I peeked out expecting to see a person and their dog, but I couldn't locate the source of the light. I went back to what I was doing, assuming it was someone walking who'd accidentally shone the light at my window. The next night it happens again. A bright light through my window, specifically with no dog walker in sight. This time I was frustrated, and I questioned if it could be the same person being creepy or trying to see into my room as I kept the curtains open. I spent longer looking out the window this time, trying to figure out the source of the light. I soon realized it was coming from somewhere close. It was coming from my own garden, and the gate connecting to the field seemed to be open. My heart started beating really fast, and I didn't know what to do. I quickly texted my dad, saying that I thought someone was in the garden. He told me to make sure that all of the doors were locked and that he'd be home as soon as he could. I snuck down the stairs as quietly as possible, not wanting whoever was outside to know I was there. I checked the front door, and thank God it was locked. I crept to the back door facing the garden, and just as I was about to check it, I then saw the handle going down, like someone was trying to open the door. Thankfully, that door was locked too, but they did try a few times to open it. By this point, I was absolutely terrified and shaking. I heard them try and pull at the kitchen window as well, but they had no luck. I tried to get a look at the person, but all I could tell was that they were white and tall. It was too dark to pick out any features. They seemed to be getting frustrated now, and then started banging at the window like they wanted to force it to break or open. I looked towards the front of the house, and my dad's car still wasn't there, and I was getting worried. Then by some miracle, I heard my neighbor's back door open and their large dog barking loudly. They must have noticed the stranger and then let out their dogs to scare them away. And it worked. I haven't seen them around again. I've never been so thankful for my neighbor's loud dogs before, and now I always check the doors are locked, even more than I used to. This happened when I was 17. I'm 22 now, and still thinking about it haunts me to this day. I was at my house on a Friday night. My mother was out of town for the weekend visiting some friends, so I had the house all to myself for the weekend. That night, I invited my friend Dan over for the night, and we decided to watch a scary movie. We got some snacks and soda, and we then turned on my favorite horror movie of all time, which is Drag Me to Hell. The one where that loan officer denies an old woman's request for an extension on her mortgage, and she then gets a curse put on her, where she has to break it within 3 days, or she'll get literally dragged to hell. Anyways, about an hour into the movie, me and Dan were having a good time and laughing at random shit in the movie. I paused the movie because I had to go to the bathroom, and just as I walked into the bathroom, I saw out the window that the sky looked green. I knew that there was going to be a storm, but I didn't pay attention to it. So I did my business, washed up, and went to continue the movie. Well, after the movie was over, me and Dan got an alert on our phones. The alert said that there was going to be a tornado warning until 7:45 p.m. and to seek shelter now, and that the threat level was really extreme. We immediately left the house to get to the storm shelter in the trailer park. Yeah, I lived in a trailer park at the time, so we had to evacuate the trailer. Just as we got to the storm shelter, that was when all of the sirens started to go off and the wind started to get violent. The owner of the trailer park unlocked the shelter, and us and everyone else in the trailer park got inside of it. We went down to the basement and all huddled. About 10 minutes later, the power went out, and we could all hear the wind getting really violent, and what sounded like a freight train shook the whole building. It shook so violently that I actually thought it was going to collapse. I started crying, and I thought we were going to die. Me, Dan, and everyone else in the shelter started freaking out. There were 5 loud crashing sounds that came from outside. I was so terrified that I felt like I was going to shit myself. We then heard a loud roar of the tornado's wind from outside through the structure of the building. Then about 10 minutes of noise later, it stopped. We were then given the all clear. We all left the shelter, and from the damage we all saw, I couldn't believe it. To say the damage was crazy is an understatement. There were a few cars flipped upside down, a couple of trees were uprooted, and 3 houses were damaged. 2 others were completely leveled, and another house had a car crash into it. Me and Dan hugged each other tightly while crying hysterically, because we were really glad to be alive. We were probably doing this for about 15 minutes. Then we walked back to my house. Luckily, all it had was just a little bit of side damage. Dan also lived in the trailer park at the time. Dan's mom and sister said when they got back to their house, there was damage to the roof. I invited Dan to spend the night at my house tonight. He agreed since he was still terrified. His mom and sister were cool with it too. I know this isn't the typical story with a creeper, but it was still terrifying, and I will never forget that day.
When I was around 18, I had gotten let go from my job as a part-time retail associate in Iowa City, Iowa. The reason for my termination was because the company was going bankrupt and couldn't afford to pay their employees. At the time, my parents made me pay rent and other expenses, and because I no longer had a job, hours, she finally came back inside hugging me, and that whoever it was gone. Needless to say, we still felt safer calling the cops, and they take down our info and what had happened. Our motion sensor light didn't work, so it couldn't alert my mom when someone was outside our house. My mom pulled me out of school for a week and demanded the school sort out the situation with Dave. Turns out, Dave had been in and out of the school for the past year and was not at all a new student. He had been suspended many times for reasons like this, only to get back in for good behavior. How he found my house is a mystery, and quite frankly, I don't want to know. My best guess is that he somehow followed me home. That, or he managed to track me. Either way, this is and probably will be the scariest stalker experience I've ever had. I hadn't even known Dave for a month, and already something came up. I still think about this incident from time to time, and just wish I'd be back at my old school. A few weeks later, I moved to another school where it wasn't the best, but better by a landslide than the other one. Up until now, I try my best to stay clear of social media and outings as I'm still paranoid. This isn't a big county, meaning it was common to run into someone you knew. I hope I never see Dave again.
The story happened during my junior year of high school, so I was around 17 at the time. I live in a beach town in North Carolina, and I was in my first class of the day, physical science. We were working on our assignments, and the fire alarm started going off. Everyone thought it was a typical fire drill, so we evacuated the building as usual. After getting outside, staff started instructing us to get further away from the building, and we learned that there had been a bomb threat called into the school. We ended up staying outside on the football field for 6 hours while law enforcement brought in the dogs and searched every single book bag in the building. Everyone got severely sunburned because it was around springtime when this happened, so it was really hot here in North Carolina. When they brought us lunch, it was frozen ham and cheese sandwiches, and they were frozen solid. Eventually, we were all given the clear to re-enter the building shortly before dismissal that day. I know this story isn't all that scary, but it really is when you think there's a bomb inside of your school and that everyone's safety is at risk. I really hope that none of you or your future children ever have to go through that same level of stress. Be safe out there. I was in high school when this happened. I'm a girl, and this went on when I was 18. The story starts when I was getting coffee in between classes with a classmate. A creepy 40-something-year-old man came up to us, and while we were sitting down talking about coffee we're getting and about classes, he starts to tell my friend that he's sitting in a seat. For some context, this was a cheap corner shop coffee next to a gas station, so there's no assigned seats, just 2 chairs and a table, and whoever was first and lucky that got to sit down. My classmate, not wanting to look intimidated by him, starts to telling him that this isn't his seat and that he's not moving since he was the first one there. There was something really scary about this man, and I was already shaking. The next thing I know, he's threatening my colleague, telling him he's going to shoot him, even though he doesn't pull out a gun and we live in a country where gun permits are very hard to get. But I get extremely scared, and I go inside the coffee shop to order my coffee, because I couldn't stand sitting next to that man one more second. The worker at the store tells me that the man is crazy and that we shouldn't take him seriously. People in my country, me included, are kind of used to crazy homeless people, and we encounter them pretty much on a daily basis, so it's not really seen as such a creepy thing. But I have a lot of anxiety anyways, and the thought of being killed by this random crazy man just made me freeze and made my heart drop. Anyways, as this man and my friend are having a staring contest outside, the creepy man backs away and leaves, congratulating my friend for being brave and not being intimidated, and then leaves. As he's leaving, I'm thinking that's it, and it was just another creepy homeless dude. As a disclaimer, I'm not using homeless as an insult. I'm simply stating the obvious since he was carrying big bags with a lot of clothes on his bike. Well, fast forward to summer vacation. I'm in the inner city meeting up with some friends at another coffee place than the one in the first encounter, and I see the same man. He seems to recognize me, and he starts walking towards the coffee place. He just stays some meters away from me, and then stares at me and my friends. I begin to tell my friends about this man, how scared I am of him, and they all start swearing at him and showing him the finger, but he just stays staring at me like a crazy person, as well as smiling with the most unnerving smile that I've ever seen. I don't know how to explain it, but I've just never been so scared of a human being in my life. He had a malicious smile that really made me freeze with anxiety. After a while, we all started ignoring him, as he wasn't leaving, and when it was time to go and separate from my friends, I just couldn't think properly. And I said I was going to take the bus with one of the friends I was with, so I wouldn't be alone in the bus stop with this creepy-ass man, because at this point, I was pretty sure he was going to follow me to the bus stop at least, if not, maybe even my home. We start walking to the bus stop, and of course he's following us. I began feeling 100 times more scared than before. For some context, he's with his bike at the same time he was when I first saw him. He's a bit ahead of us on his bike, stopping from minute to minute just to check if we're still going in that direction. My friend had also asked some of the boyfriends of hers which were at the coffee place to walk with us, and to walk with us to the bus stop to feel a little safer. In order to get to the bus stop and the bus, we had to get across this road. He remains on the other side of the road, and we then exhale, as we then realize he didn't take the bus with us. The man just starts waving, smiling with that same malicious smile while the bus is leaving. At this point, I then get off after a few stops, since the bus my friend was taking wasn't going in the direction of my house, and I just call my mom and dad to pick me up. My dad picks me up, and I tell him what happened, and he's livid. He tells me the next time I go out, he's going to come with me and sit far away, and then just observe to see if the man shows his face again. Anyway, I don't go out for a while, being scared and all, and a few months pass, and I don't see him again. I had really started to forget all about him, until one late summer night. I was out with my ex and my cousin, and we wanted to go to a club. Since this was right after the pandemic, the clubs only held parties outside, and the party was on the street, and the DJ booth was placed basically on the windowsill of the street facade. We get some drinks from inside the club, and we go outside to dance, when I then see a bike and a man on it. I wasn't really sure if it was the same man or not, since it was dark outside, but I tell my ex and cousin, who were up to date with what was going on with this man. Thankfully for me, and really unluckily for the other people at the party, the police were called for public disturbance by the neighbors on that street, so they were there to shut down the party. As the man is circling around us on his bike and smiling, I then realize it's definitely him. I go straight to the police officer that was at the end of the street, and I tell him what's going on. When the man sees this, he instantly starts pedaling much faster, and I then lose sight of him while trying to pinpoint him to the police officer. The policeman just tells me that there's really not much that can be done, since the legal system is shit in our country, and that if I make a complaint about this guy, he'll most likely be let out with a warning, and that he'll only be in jail for one night, and then let free. He proceeds to explain how the only way to put him away for good is if he actually offends, which makes me angry as hell on the inside, and I also feel really disappointed again in the legal system of our country, but at least I got him off my back for that night. The last thing the officer tells me is to always be aware and be safe, and to never walk alone at night, since there had been a lot of reports of attacks in a park which was really close to the club we were at, as well as the center part of the city in general. That was the last time I saw him, but I still really remember it to this day, and I probably will never forget this man's face for as long as I live. I really feel rage towards him to this day because he managed to make me feel so vulnerable and disarmed. I couldn't and will never understand why someone would want to cause so much psychological pressure to another person. It really is messed up.
When I lived in the city, going to Target was a daily thing. One day I had to go find some pants to wear for a party, so I went to Target to see what they had and if I could find anything I liked. I noticed this guy walked in behind me, and every time I turned around, he happened to be there. So I thought it was just a coincidence, since we would always end up on the same aisle. I walked over to the makeup to look for some new foundation, because mine was gone. And I just happened to turn around, and he was standing right there. So at that point, I knew something was up. He wasn't holding anything, just standing around trying not to make eye contact with me every time I would look at him. I walked to the checkout, because I wasn't feeling comfortable anymore. I had this gut feeling that if I stayed in the store, something would end up happening. He then followed me to the checkout line. Nothing was in his hands, so he had nothing to pay for. He just stood there looking around. He was acting like I couldn't see him, or even feel him looking at me. It was as if he was trying to stare into my soul. I paid and grabbed my stuff, but instead of walking out of the store, since I didn't want him to follow me out to my car, I instead walked over to the other end of the store to use the bathroom. He didn't follow me to begin with, but when I walked out of the bathroom, he was standing right there in the men's section, looking at underwear and socks. Again, not holding a single thing. So I decided to walk around the store some more, just to see if he would follow me again. And he did. So I found the manager and pulled him to the side, and whispered to him that an older man had been following me around the store the whole time I was there, and that I've been walking around since I checked out, just trying to lose him. The manager told me that there had been prior kidnapping attempts related to sex trafficking, and something like this happened a couple of months ago. He told me that I was smart to stay in the store. He then called the police, and the guy left the store before they showed up. If you ever have a gut feeling, you should listen to it, because that day could have ended a whole lot worse for me. I was running to a Target for some cupcake decorating supplies before meeting my aunt and cousin for lunch later that day at a relatively nice restaurant. With this being the case, I was slightly dressed up. Nothing too fancy, but I did look slightly older. It was around 10 in the morning, and I was walking to my car from the Target. I typically park pretty far back in parking lots, because I hate fighting for parking spots. Suddenly a truck pulls into a parking spot a little ways in front of me, and a man gets out. I freaked out as he started to walk up to me. He asked me if I was single, and then tells me that I'm the most beautiful woman he's ever seen. I tell him that I'm under lies that he would wait back into the truck, and backs into a spot at the back of the parking lot. I was about halfway to my car at this point, but there was no way in hell I was going back to my car, because I could tell that he was watching me. So I instead walk into a nearby frozen yogurt place. I was visibly shaken. I quickly grabbed a cup of yogurt and tried my best to look natural, because this guy was looking at me through the window. I called my best friend who lives in the neighborhood, close to the shopping center, and he quickly said that he would be there soon. About 10 to 12 minutes later, my friend came and picked me up from the yogurt place. When we pulled out of the parking lot, the man in the truck started to follow us. I texted my aunt to tell her that I would be about 30 minutes late for lunch. My friend took a bunch of back roads in the area and drove through some confusing neighborhoods, and we eventually lost the truck. My friend is my absolute hero, and he took me back to my car in the parking lot. I was going to run some small errands before going to lunch, but that obviously didn't happen. This incident just occurred a few hours ago, and it's still making my head spin. Forgive me if it seems kind of lengthy, but an awful lot was said. I'm an 18-year-old female. My mother, sister, and I were shopping in our local Target. As we strolled around, I recognized a girl named Stacy, who's also 18. I used to go to school with her. For reference, I dropped out of high school in my senior year, so I haven't been in my old high school or even seen anyone from there for about a year now. I simply glanced at her and kept moving, doubting that she even recognized me. A few minutes later, I'm on the complete opposite side of the store when I see this girl again. Like last time, our eyes awkwardly met, and I tried just to walk past her, but this time she actually said something. "Hey, didn't we play tennis together?" Stacy said with wide eyes and a painfully large smile. There was a girl standing next to her, but I didn't recognize her. I simply replied yes in response. I was never friends with this girl in school, and who she was. Graduated a year early with honors. The conversation started out normal. I thought we were simply catching up, due to the fact that I had been from school. I kept wanting to cut the conversation short, but Stacy kept prodding about what I was doing now, if I was in college, and what was college like. Harmless questions. Then, the conversation took an unexpected twist. Stacy somehow weaseled the conversation into one about God and Christianity. For reference, I do consider myself to be a Christian, but not one of those hardcore ones who are constantly spewing Bible quotes at strangers. She asked me if I attend church, to which I respond with yes, and her smile grew even bigger. Her whole mantra about God sounded something like this. "Back in my high school days, I was always partying and having fun, but it was all fake, and no one knew I was actually pretty sad. That's when I found this church that showed me God's way and His undying love. He accepted me, and He'll accept you too. Now I'm always happy, for I have God on my side. At this church, God truly appears before your very eyes. He cured me of all my physical and mental ailments, like when I messed up my knee playing tennis." The whole time Stacy spoke, there was just a robotic tone about it, as if her practiced and rehearsed. There was almost no genuine emotion in her, just wide eyes and her never-failing smile. Then her friend Ashley, who was in her late teens or early 20s, began her speech. Keep in mind, my mother and sister are just an aisle away, waiting on me. Ashley's speech went something like this. "For a while in life, I suffered with depression and suicide. I was always faking being happy until I found this church. This church truly opened my eyes and my heart. I no longer feel dead inside." This is when she hinted that maybe I felt dead inside too, and the only way to recover from it was to look to God feeling. And that's when I began to really think that there was something wrong with these girls. Ashley continued, "I don't think it's a mere coincidence that we ran into you. God led me to you. He wanted me to reveal to you the way. God put a vision in my mind of you opening a present, and that present is our Lord and Savior." She kept on ranting about how this was destiny, and that God put Stacy and Ashley in my path to reveal Himself to me. When Ashley mentioned depression and suicide, I couldn't help but believe her for a slight second. I have been struggling with depression for years, but I've kept it quiet. And with me being a believer in God, I was almost fooled into thinking that this was a sign from God, telling me to finally open up and get help. But when Ashley began to ramble about her church, that foolish hope dissipated quickly. Then the two moved the conversation about their church. They kept stating that it was not just a normal church, and that God Himself, in flesh and blood, came to them at that church. They informed me that God came to them to heal all their miseries and grief. Ashley then pulled out a business card, which had the church's email, a Bible quote, and her personal phone number. Before the anticipated departure, they kept saying how cool I am, and that they were glad to have met me. Then we finally parted ways. I remember my legs being extremely weak as I walked away. That was when it clicked in my mind. Are they a part of some kind of cult? Their mannerisms and behavior seemed too scripted to be real. That's when my sister found me and answered my suspicions. Apparently, before I had to endure that 10-minute chat with Stacy and Ashley, my sister overheard the girls having the same conversation with someone else on the opposite side of the store. So this was all scripted, and it was their way of luring and persuading strangers to join their church. I realize now how they do it too. To reel me into their discussion, they talked about my absence from school and my experience in college. To reel in the other girl they talked with, they started off by complimenting her outfit and inquiring about her artistic hobbies. I wonder how many people they ended up talking to, and if they were just walking around the store hoping to find easy targets. I still have so many questions, and that's what bothers me the most about this. Being the somewhat religious person I am, their talk about God unnerved me. It's sort of humorous to think about it now, simply because I think crazy God lovers are comical, but I'm still bewildered. If you have any information about how cults operate and how they coax people into joining them, please let me know. Does this incident sound like cult members trying to spread their message, or harmless teenage girls simply spreading their love of God? If you have any other questions about what occurred in my interaction with them, please ask. It's also possible that I will see Stacy again, because she is attending my college next semester. Although Stacy and Ashley seemed harmless and just overly excited about God, I honestly just hope to never encounter them again.
This happened to my best friend around 2 years ago, who I'll call Sarah for privacy reasons. We are both studying in the same city, only at different universities, so we're living in different parts of the city. One day, while Sarah was studying for her exams, she realized that there was no food in the fridge, so she decided to go out for a walk and do some grocery shopping. There was a fairly large and well-supplied supermarket close to her apartment complex, where she stopped by for some fruits, yogurt, and noodles. She spent around 15 minutes in the supermarket, only to be greeted by a complete stranger outside who started having a small talk with her. He acted like they knew each other, although Sarah is positive that she had never seen him before. Overall, my best friend is a very polite and tolerant person, but also very cautious of strangers. She described him as a short, overweight guy with a goatee and a wide, odd grin on his face. On the other hand, my best friend is tall, and she seems like a girl you would not mess with. She noticed that his fingers were somehow twitching while he spoke, indicating that he was nervous. The guy was at least 35 years old, and my best friend was 23 at the time. Immediately, she realized that something was wrong with this guy. First, he greeted her by saying he had spotted her in the area a few times, and then proceeded to ask her on a coffee date at a nearby cafe. Sarah was just standing there speechless, and politely declined him, saying she wasn't interested. It made him really mad, so he kept insisting that she go with him. When she refused again, he angrily told her that they would see each other again soon, calling her by her real name. She was absolutely dumbfounded by this, wondering how on earth this creep had found out her real name. She had no clue who this guy was. He didn't seem like a university student at all, but rather a construction worker, judging by the clothes that he was wearing. A bunch of questions came to her mind. She was afraid that she may have been stalked by him, so she threatened to call the police if he didn't just give up on his advances and leave her alone. Obviously, my best friend wasn't in the least interested in this creep, but if you think her story ends here, then you're wrong. The next thing she did was part ways with him. He stood in the same spot for a moment, and then, as she said, hopped into his car and started following her for a few blocks down the street in a dark-colored car with tinted windows. When Sarah realized this, she got even more scared, so she had to take some lesser-known routes in order to get to her apartment complex safely. The sun was just starting to set at this point. After some shortcuts, she managed to arrive back safely before dark, but she was left feeling paranoid from the whole incident, wondering whether he knew where her apartment was. She never reported the incident to the police, although she vividly remembered his facial features and overall appearance. Fortunately, nothing ever happened after this, and she has not seen the guy since. I really hope it stays that way. My advice for everyone is to stay safe out there, because sadly, there are a lot of narcissistic people who just can't take no for an answer.
So I just got back from the store, and I've got to tell you about this experience I just had. It may not be as scary as some of the other encounters, but it still gives me the chills. Let me start this story off by saying that this morning I wasn't in the best of moods. I had to work the graveyard shift last night, and I woke up after only 4 hours of sleep with my back absolutely killing me. I couldn't get back to sleep, so I decided to run a few errands since I was now wide awake. I needed to get a haircut while I was out as well. My sister works at a salon that is right next to a Target. So after I got my sister to mow my scalp, for free by the way, I popped over to Target to grab a couple of items before heading home. So I'm just doing my thing and pushing my cart down the frozen food section, and I turned the corner to go into the next aisle. When I did, there was a middle-aged lady that was pushing her cart heading in the opposite direction. I nearly bumped into her, but then stopped before our carts collided. She gave me a mean look and then said in a really mean tone, "Excuse me." Now again, I have to say I wasn't in the best of moods, and I'm a short-tempered person as it is. So without thinking, I take a shot back at her and then said, "Oh, shut up. You're fine. Call me an ass if you want. No one's perfect." But what happened next was just pure insanity. The lady then suddenly left her cart and then started to follow me. I noticed this about halfway down the aisle, and I then turned around to ask her what her problem was. And then, I kid you not, she rolled her eyes to the back of her head, pointed at me, and then screamed very loudly. And when I say screamed, I mean she was literally shrieking at the top of her lungs. It was like something right out of The Exorcist. I hurried down the aisle to try and get away from this insane person, but she started running after me. Needless to say, all of the bystanders immediately stopped what they were doing and then just stared at us. The lady kept screaming like a banshee at the top of her lungs while she chased me around the store. Well, I noped the hell out of there, ran out of the exit of the store, and I looked back into the store as I was heading for my car. The lady was standing just outside the now open automated sliding doors, just staring at me. While she stood there, her mouth was hanging wide open, and she was still just pointing at me. Her eyes were still rolled right into the back of her head, and all you could see were the white of her eyes. She suddenly turned around, then quickly walked back into the store. I decided to pick up my stuff at Walmart that was just down the street instead. All I could think, though, the entire drive home was, what the hell was that? That was insane. So, to the creepy, screaming, possibly possessed banshee lady, I mean, perhaps I shouldn't have been so rude to you, but you still have more than one screw loose in your noggin, and you really need help. But anyways, I definitely hope to never encounter you in the future. So when I was 16 years old, I got my first job working at Target. Most of them just stocking up shelves. Pretty easy job. One day I was stocking up food when a guy comes up to me to ask where a product was. I told him and I offered to show him where it was, so I walked him over and then started to leave. He was like, "Hey, wait." And assuming he needed more help, I went back over to him, and then he immediately started grilling me with questions.
"How old are you? What ethnicity are you? Where do you live? Do you always work here?
And then to my dismay,
when do you get off work today?"
He had a really creepy and unsettling smile, and he was vaguely cross-eyed, which in this weird situation just totally added to his creepy vibe. I just told him that I didn't know when I would get off work and deflected most of his other questions, and then walked away. A couple of days later, he appeared in the store yet again and found me. I was really scared when I saw him, and he asked me again when I get off work and what I was doing after work. Again, I said I didn't know and started to walk away again. But then he started following me and then started telling me that I was so beautiful, just like his wife. Yeah, it was getting weird and I was getting really uncomfortable. So I tried to find a coworker and try to talk to him to get him away from me, or at least have someone else to witness his weirdness. Well, I couldn't find anyone, so I said that I had to go work at the cash register instead. That got him to go away, but not before he gave me the creepiest smile that I'd ever seen, and then said,
I'll see you after work.
I was pretty creeped out at that point, and Casey stalked me home after work or waited in the parking lot for me. I didn't want to tell my manager since, I had just started my job, and I didn't really want to make a big deal out of it. I know. Pretty stupid decision, but luckily nothing happened after work. The guy stopped showing up, and I don't think I ever saw him again after that. I guess he just wanted to scare me, but still, it was pretty creepy nonetheless. I'm a short, medium-sized girl. One day around the time that I was 8 months pregnant, I decided to make a trip out to Target to buy some things. I'm a very cautious person, constantly looking at my surroundings with mild paranoia, which was mostly inherited from my mom, who raised 3 kids all on her own, so she was always on guard. I got out of my new car, which I parked a little far from the store entrance, for 2 reasons. I didn't want to get any dents from the other drivers, and I tried to get as much exercise as possible since I was pregnant. As I'm walking, I notice a huge red truck with 3 men inside of it with the windows down. I assumed that they were just waiting for someone inside the store, but something creeped up my neck when I then made eye contact with the driver. I quickly turned away and then immediately began to feel self-conscious. A small girl that was visibly pregnant, I suddenly felt so vulnerable. Up until that point, my pregnancy was pretty smooth and never really made me feel like a target. Once I finally got in the store, I started to calm down a bit more and feel a bit relaxed and went about my shopping. When I left the store though, I noticed that the same truck was still there. I put my bag in the trunk and got in my car as quickly as possible, then quickly turned it on and drove away. I noticed in my rearview mirror that the same truck was also taking off, with the same 3 men still inside of it. My heart sank. I had realized right then and there that they weren't waiting for anyone inside the store. I got into the lane that can only make a left turn, and they were in a lane that can only go straight a few cars behind me. I thought, great, we're not going in the same direction. I was just being paranoid. As I passed the light, now turning, I see the red truck then switch the lane that I was in to turn left. I then sped up to catch the next light turning yellow to put as much distance between them and me. I drove a little faster than usual, but that's when I realized that even if I made it home, they could still follow me there and I would be going home to an empty house. So instead, I decided to drive past my street right to a shopping center that had a Starbucks. The drive-thru wraps around the building, so you're not going to be visible to the main road which I was driving in. I get into the drive-thru and I notice the red truck was going on the road that I just left. They drive past the Starbucks and I think, good, I'm in the clear now. As I'm still in the drive-thru, I then see the truck pass by again in the opposite direction, almost as if they're looking for me. I wait in the drive-thru for all of the other cars to leave, and I decide to call my sister and tell her I'm heading to her place. I didn't want to go home alone, and my boyfriend wouldn't be home for several hours. As I'm driving to my sister's house, which is about 25 minutes away, my mind just begins to wonder if they had ever caught up to me or what could have happened if these men were following me. Any possible danger that could have happened to me or my baby made me so paranoid that I didn't even leave my house for the remainder of my pregnancy. By the time I got to my sister's, I was absolutely shaking over it. I had told my sister all of the details and everything that happened. I never did see the men again or their red truck, and I'd really like to keep it that way.
In June of 2018, Boston area anesthesiologists Jaleesa Jackson and Chidozie Iwandu decided on a week's vacation in Southern California. 29-year-old Jaleesa and 28-year-old Chidozie had met while studying at the prestigious Johns Hopkins University of Medicine down in Baltimore, and were already an item by the time they moved up to Boston together. Their personal life was hallmarked by a deeply loving romantic relationship, but their professional lives were deeply stressful, with each routinely working 14-hour shifts either 5 or 6 days a week, and even on their days off they were sometimes called into work to conduct essential medical procedures. Each of them found this lifestyle to be utterly exhausting, so when it came time to pick a vacation spot, they chose a place as far away from Boston as they possibly could: Los Angeles. After traveling 3,000 miles across the country, they checked into a small oceanside guest house they'd rented via Airbnb. The place had some truly excellent reviews, and its owner was so popular with those that rented from him that the company had designated him a superhost, meaning he provided almost flawless customer service while making himself easily available to those that stayed at the property. Waiting for them at the property was a chilled bottle of wine, along with a friendly welcome note from the owner, who referred to himself as JJ. He wished them a delightful stay, thanked them for their custom, then left his contact details just in case they needed anything. Then, feeling like they were in safe hands, Jaleesa and Chidozi packed away their things, then settled in for the night. They believed that they were in for a dream vacation, the perfect antidote to their high-pressure, career-driven lives. Yet little did they know, their vacation would turn into a living nightmare. Around 5:30 the next morning, the couple woke up to the sound of a loud and violent banging sound coming from the front door. The commotion just about frightened the life out of them, but a brave Jaleesa grabbed her phone, readied herself to call 911, then approached the front door to see what was going on. As she got closer, she heard a rough male voice barking, "I know you're in there, Kevin." Jaleesa peered through the door's peephole, spying an unhinged, enraged man on the other side, and after barking at him to get away from the property, she decided to call JJ to let him know what was going on. But then, just as the dial tone started, the sound of a phone ringing could be heard from the other side of the door. Jaleesa then opened the door, looked the man dead in the face, and asked, "JJ?" Yet the man simply looked up at her with a startled look on his face, then ran off into the night. As you can imagine, Jaleesa was horribly confused, as was Chidozi when the details of the incident were relayed to him. Then, demanding an answer, Jaleesa began calling JJ incessantly until he finally answered his phone. JJ seemed completely unapologetic regarding the bizarre incident and told Jaleesa, "Yeah, that was me. Sorry about the confusion, but that's too short for me to give you an explanation. Have a nice time in LA." Jaleesa tried to fish for more of an explanation, bemused and outraged that a so-called superhost, who had seemed so warm and friendly in their welcome note, had turned out to be anything but. Yet before she had a chance to ask him anything, JJ hung up on her. "Maybe things are just different on the West Coast," Jaleesa told Chidozi in an attempt to explain JJ's bizarre and alarming behavior, and both agreed that it certainly made for a memorable welcome to one of the United States' most famous cities. The couple then spent the day at a nearby beach, and by the time the sun began to set, that morning's incident was almost completely forgotten. When they were done at the beach, Jaleesa and Chidozi made their way back to their Airbnb, with the remainder of their evening being pleasantly uneventful. They finished off the rest of their wine, ate some of the best tacos they'd ever eaten in their lives, then sank into bliss while enjoying a saccharine rom-com courtesy of Netflix. It was only after they'd retired to bed did the terror ramp up exponentially. Shortly after 2 o'clock in the morning, the couple was scared out of their skin when a hooded figure literally came crashing through the large window of their darkened bedroom. The violent intrusion sent shards of glass everywhere, and both halves of the couple let out screams of terror as the figure smashed their way into the bedroom. "I had no idea what was happening," Chidozi recalled, "but I reacted like we were under attack." In an instant, the 230-pound 6-foot Chidozi leapt on the man as he simply lay there motionless on the bedroom floor. He tore up his bare feet on the broken glass in the process, but the surging adrenaline meant he barely felt it. In that moment, all that mattered was securing and detaining the maniacal intruder so that they wouldn't be free to harass them again. As he shoved his knee into the intruder's back, Chidozi screamed at Jaleesa to call 911. He later said that he feared that the man might be hiding a weapon, or that more intruders might be attempting to force their way into the residence. As Jaleesa grabbed her phone and rushed to call 911, her boyfriend barked at her to hide under the table, just in case any other armed men were about to burst into the bedroom. As she did so, Jaleesa made a mental note of the man's attire, the goal of which was to provide as accurate a description as possible to the emergency dispatcher. Yet when she tried to get a look at his face, and as the hood of his jacket began to work its way back from his face, she noticed something that instantly sent chills through her. JJ? She called out, recognizing their so-called superhost as the man who had just smashed his way into their bedroom. Chidozie was so shocked by his girlfriend's cry that he took his knee off of JJ's back, turning him over to confirm that the person terrorizing them was actually their apparent benevolent landlord. At the moment he loosened his grip, JJ tore himself free, then bolted from the building as fast as his legs could carry him. Minutes later, Jaleesa Jackson was telling the police that they had just been attacked by their own Airbnb host, and that he had gone crazy, and that they needed assistance as soon as possible. Then, while awaiting the arrival of armed officers, Jaleesa and Chidozie armed themselves with the biggest kitchen knives, then hunkered down in preparation for another assault. Yet while they waited, they suddenly heard the sounds of a helicopter hovering overhead. Then moments later, the courtyard between the guest house and the main house was awash with flashing lights. Jaleesa then noticed two police officers leading a handcuffed man back towards the property. It was JJ, and he was ranting and raving about cleaning fees. He had apparently told the police that he had ordered his tenants to move out after they failed to pay cleaning fees, but as commotion unfolds, true owner, and that she had rented the guest house out to JJ on the condition that he wouldn't sublet it from anyone else. Jaleesa and Chidozie told her that, as far as they knew, JJ rented the place out all the time, and that it was in fact his primary source of income. They asked her how she hadn't noticed all the people coming and going with luggage, but the woman meekly replied that she thought that they were all just JJ's friends. $108 they had paid to rent the guest house, and also offered to relocate them to another property at no additional cost. However, due to the trauma they'd experienced, Jaleesa and Chidozie had no desire to patronize Airbnb in the future, and checked into a local Hilton hotel, even though it cost them an additional $2,300 to do so. In the aftermath, they sought $5,000 worth of compensation from Airbnb, owing to the terror and trauma they'd experienced. But after a period of intense haggling with the company's grievance department, the best offer they could get was $2,500. Airbnb did offer to sweeten the deal by paying for 5 therapy sessions for each of the couple, which they argued would tip the total compensation amount to well over $5,000. But Jaleesa and Chidozie refused. If you think that seems extremely miserly of Airbnb, you'd be right, as according to Forbes magazine, the company is worth around $38 billion, with an annual revenue of just over $2 billion. Almost every single night, a jaw-dropping 2 million people stay in Airbnb properties in over 8,000 cities around the world. So surely, they have the revenue to properly compensate a couple who went through something so horrific and traumatic. And for a company whose entire business model is based on trust, and who proclaims your safety is our priority, the incident in LA shows a chilling failure of Airbnb's screening system. The company itself has claimed that no screening system is perfect, but while this remains the case, couples like Jaleesa and Chidozie will continue to be at the mercy of crooks and villains who only wish to prey on their fellow man.
I opened up my home as an Airbnb, and within the first month I ended up unlisting it from the website and scrapping the entire idea. You see, my wife and I have been trying to sell our old home for over a year before we decided to turn it into an Airbnb, so we didn't really have strict rules about the place, as long as it was kept for as long as they needed to. The only thing that we did when we listed the house was get a single security camera that we placed in plain view at the entrance of the house facing the front door. That way we could see anyone who entered the home. Now, the first 2 guests that we hosted were so friendly and kept the house very clean, so my wife and I were actually very excited that we decided to take a chance on renting out our old home. That quickly changed though when one day I checked the camera after our 3rd set of guests had supposedly left.
They finished up their booking, and when it was done, we got the text that they had left the key on the counter, and we thanked them for their business. When I checked the camera, however, I noticed that was facing the opposite direction of work, and let her know that I was going to be running over to the old home to check on it the camera. And then I got into my truck and made my way down the road. The house that we listed for Airbnb was only about 25 minutes from the house that we currently lived in, so I got there in no time. However, it was around 7:30 at night, so the driveway was pretty dark when I pulled into it. I figured that they must have just turned the porch light off and forgot to turn it back on before leaving. Again, it was no big deal, but I definitely noticed how dark it was. I carefully made my way up the gravel path into the front door of the house, and this is where things took a serious turn. As I reached out for the handle, the door ended up swinging open on its own without me even touching it. I was really confused by that, so I took a second before walking inside, but as I looked into the house, I couldn't see anything unusual. Eventually, I mustered up the courage and made my way through the threshold and into the home. That was when I felt something hard hit me from behind. I dropped to my knees and then turned around as fast as I could to see what had hit me. And that was when I saw someone standing in my house holding something in their hand that looked like a bat or pole of some sort. I put my hands up in front of my face to protect myself from any incoming attack, but that was when I was grabbed from behind by another assailant. They pulled me to the ground and held me there as the man who struck me in the back began digging through my pockets. They pulled my phone, my keys, and my wallet out of my pocket before letting me go. But I didn't even get to pick myself off the ground before I was struck over the head with a bat again. Everything around me went black as I fell back to the ground. I woke up a couple of hours later to my wife, who was shaking me awake. She said that an ambulance was on the way and that she had come to check on me after she got home from work and noticed that I still wasn't back. My wife also told me that my car wasn't in the driveway, and I knew right away that they had stolen it. After the ambulance came, I told my wife to call the police and to cancel the cards that we had in my wallet. I ended up needing 3 stitches on my forehead where I had been hit by the one assailant, and according to the police, there was no evidence that would help us find them. They never even found my car. We immediately chose to unlist the house from Airbnb and just tried to continue to sell it.
So, I've owned an Airbnb for quite a few years now. It wasn't a big home, just enough where you can maybe have 2 or 3 people over. However, my house is located right near Miami Beach with a nice area, so it was common for people to take notice. Ever since the pandemic had started to die down, my house got booked several times as life began to get back to normal. I didn't mind it though, as I made decent money due to the location and condition. Normally, I'd receive several bookings wanting to use my house for parties and whatnot. Just a few weeks ago, however, I had gotten an older couple who just wanted it for a few nights together. It wasn't a bad thing, but rather surprising considering it was just 2 people. I'd like to mention that I rarely see or communicate with the people who use the house unless they needed something. Anyway, it had been day 2 of this stay, and I was at my girlfriend's apartment having dinner when my phone goes off. I look at it and see that it's the couple texting me. I could only assume it was bad news, and I opened the message to them telling me that there was a leak in the water heater. This was weird, as I make sure everything in the house is in pristine condition when booked. However, no running water was unacceptable, and I tell my girlfriend that I'd be back and that I was going to fix it. Upon arriving to the house, I immediately noticed that there were now 2 cars in the driveway. Figuring that they must have had people over, I dismiss it even though it wasn't really allowed. I go inside the house and the husband tells me that there's a water heater leak in the garage. I politely tell him that I'd get it fixed and that he had nothing to worry about. We head to the garage and he shows me where the leak was and points to the nut from where the water goes through. However, the so-called problem he was complaining about was something a person without a brain could easily fix. The bolt of the water heater had been loosened and was far from broken. As a matter of fact, I can now see one of my wrenches sitting on top of the heater, indicating that this was done on purpose. It was then when I started to get an uncomfortable feeling as the man just stood there staring at me. I take the wrench and tighten the screw, stopping the leaking water. Well, it's fixed. Enjoy the rest of your stay. He then profusely tells me to wait and asks if I could help him with one last thing. He tells me that there was something wrong with the cable in the guest bedroom. Now, the guest bedroom is upstairs, and when I looked at it, I noticed that it was completely dark up there. He gestures me to go first, to which I tell him why. He then tells me that it was my house and that he didn't want to be rude. I hesitantly walk slowly up the stairs toward the dark hallway. As I'm about halfway up the stairs, I can very faintly see someone standing at the top of the stairs staring down at me. Even through the pitch darkness, I can see this person holding something with a shade of yellow. It only took me another few seconds to realize that it was a crowbar. I stop dead in my tracks and turn around and tell him that I had to go, but that I'd be back later. However, instead of persuading me to go upstairs, he simply stared toward me and said nothing as I left the house. At this point, I'm inside of my car on the phone with the police telling them the situation. I didn't go back to my house until the police gave me the update, which eventually, of course, they did. Upon arrival, they were shocked to find that nobody was there and no signs of any damage. The only things that were stolen was a flower vase my mom had given me and the TV. Needless to say, I stopped using that house as an Airbnb as I didn't want to take any chances. Miami police were never able to identify who these people were or where they were. While it was a sucky situation, 3 questions still remain unanswered. What were their intentions? Who was holding that crowbar? And what would have happened had I gone up the stairs? It gives me goosebumps till this day. This took place in 2019 in my last semester of college. My friends and I had just finished finals and decided we would go on a road trip for a few days. Since hotel prices were through the roof, we decided we would rent an Airbnb instead. This took place right by the coast of Cali, so you could imagine how nice it was. The house we were staying at was a beach house and had all the decor of anything that was related to a beach. On top of that, the house was really nice and kept clean. For the first few nights, everything went well with no problems. However, that was until our last night there, when we were all asleep except for me. Throughout my life, I've always had trouble sleeping. I wasn't sure why, but whatever the reason was, went into my adulthood and stuck with me ever since. As I'm rolling around in my bed, I hear footsteps in the kitchen. The floors of this house were made of wood, so it was easy to hear someone. Assuming it was probably one of my friends, I dismiss it until I realized that there was something off. These footsteps sounded way too heavy, and out of curiosity, I opened my door and what I saw nearly gave me a heart attack. Standing about 6 feet away was a large man dressed in all black. The minute they see me, they run across the house and out the back door. My screaming woke up the rest of my friends and we called the police. However, given that it was dark out with the lights off, I couldn't give a good description other than he was tall. The police would eventually find this person, as it turns out that he had broken into several houses in the area. Needless to say, we ended our stay early and went back home the same night.
One of the strangest Airbnbs that I ever experienced wasn't actually a standalone house, but instead it was a room in this large house. The host had listed 4 different rooms on Airbnb, and then all of the guests just shared the large common area. It wasn't too bad to get used to on my first day there. I mean, sure, it was weird to share a house with strangers, but because I was on a road trip by myself and only needed a single room for a few days, it seemed like a sweet deal. Now, the one thing that stood out to me when I met the host and the person who lived in the master bedroom was that they claimed no place in the house was off limits except for the basement. He seemed very adamant that none of us go near the basement. That didn't seem like it would be a problem for me, and honestly, I wasn't even remotely interested in what was down there because I was so focused on the woods that surround the large house that the host owned. It seemed like the perfect place to go for a hike or ride quads. I was really jealous that they got to live there full time. At least, that was the case at first. I started feeling a lot less comfortable once I noticed that the host seemed to follow me around everywhere I went. It was something I could let slide at first though, considering I was a guest in his house. That changed when he approached me in the kitchen on my second night there though. I was sitting at the kitchen table drinking a glass of water and scrolling through my phone when I noticed the host walk over to me and stare down as if he wanted to talk. So I put my phone down and asked him how his night was going. And without a moment's notice, he began to raise his voice at me. He claimed that he saw me looking at the door to the basement and very loudly told me that it was his private space and to leave it alone. I tried to explain to him that I didn't even know which door was in the basement, but he didn't want to hear it and just continued yelling at me. I ended up apologizing to the host just to get him to calm down, and then I ended up going into my room for the night. As time passed, I had a hard time falling asleep in my room after that altercation. And just as I was about to pass out, I heard the sound of someone knocking on the door of the room next to mine. I listened closely as one of the other guests answered. I could hear the host ask them to follow him, and I just decided to ignore it and continue to go to sleep. However, before I could manage to do that, I heard another noise. Only this time it was one that I'm pretty sure the entire house could hear. Someone was clearly screaming at the top of their lungs on the first floor. At first, I was frozen with fear from the bone-chilling scream, but as the shrieking continued, I knew that I had to check it out. I wasn't alone in my curiosity, though. As I entered the hall, I saw another guest that was staying at the house peeking out of her room as well. The screaming continued as I walked through the hall and made my way down the stairs, and as I reached the first floor, I realized something that truly haunts me still. The screaming was coming from the basement. I decided that I needed to get help for whoever was down there and ended up running back upstairs and grabbed my phone. I called the police as fast as I could and then quickly got the other guest out of the house. As we sat in the driveway waiting for the police to come, the screaming ended up stopping. I locked my eyes on the house to make sure that the owner wasn't coming out, and I practically jumped out of my skin when I noticed the silhouette of a man standing at the window staring out at us. They slowly backed away from the window and disappeared into the darkness of the house. I watched the door as I fully expected the owner to come out and attack us or something, but thankfully the police showed up before anything like that happened. I explained to the officers what had happened, and they quickly rushed into the house and made their way to the basement. However, what was really shocking was the fact that the house was supposedly empty. When they checked the entire place out, they couldn't find anyone. All they saw was that the back door to the home was left wide open as if the owner had run out the back and into the woods. After giving our statements to the police, we were all escorted inside to get our belongings, and then we all went our separate ways. To this day, I don't know who was screaming in that basement or where they went, but I can't help but shake the feeling that something horrible happened in that house that night.
Let the story I'm about to tell you be a lesson for you. Choose your friends carefully, because sometimes the people you think are your friends are the very monsters we're afraid of. I know that sounds kind of cliche, but honestly, it's true. This is an absolutely crazy story, and I'm still in awe of how certain individuals can act. A little more than a year ago, I moved to a new town. I'm a city girl, but was happy to start a new life in this town. I don't want to say that this is a country town, but it's a fraction of the size of the place where I grew up. I spent the first few months just keeping to myself and learning the day-to-day operation and how it works at my new job. On weekends, I would just sort of listen and see what everyone was up to. A couple of weeks into the job, I finally got invited out by one of the girls I worked with. I'll be honest, this was a lot like high school. This was the girl that I wanted to hang out with. She was the popular girl at our job, and all the guys liked her, and the girls wanted to hang out with her. Yes, we were adults, and this mindset still applies. We went to some local bar that Friday night after work. I wasn't drinking much since I didn't want to make a fool of myself with my potential new friends. It didn't take long for me to realize exactly the kind of person she was. For the purpose of the story, I'll refer to her as Marissa. She was getting that wild level of intoxicated, and it was uncomfortable. I laughed along and just hoped the night would end soon. I made sure all the girls got an Uber home, and I finally headed off myself at around 2 in the morning.